Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Let's get the right one on here. Get my volume turned down. That's a little bit loud for you guys, I think, but we should do all right. Aragon, welcome. Over on Twitch, I see. How you doing, Aragon? On Twitch instead of YouTube. Doing awesome today. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Let me go ahead and save this game. Shame on me for starting off here with the wrong game. What are we doing? Come on. There we go. Save and quit. Had a little bit too much fun playing Pokemon Pokopia. Ooh, let's make sure that that actually did what it needed to do. Boom. Done. Ditto. I'm actually terrified to start this officially. But all I know is right now we need to start off with Pokemon music. Now, while this is the first stream for this, I didn't want to port over my data. So we're just going to keep the encounters I was doing on my other Switch. And just keep the timer going here. Just beat Fire Red last night and was about to start your Deoxys hunt too. Aragon, I finished my Deoxys hunt today in like 71 encounters, 35 minutes. I was so jazzed about that. Sorry about that. I think on the channel, that's like my second most genuine reaction ever, but my best reaction ever. Like, I got Shiny Cresselia in 16 encounters on Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. That was pretty epic. But because I was living at my father-in-law's house for a minute, it was a little bit more toned down than it normally would have been. I'm excited to be able to download the YouTube video and actually turn it into a video. And of course, I am going for Bulbasaur at the moment. We'll see if we get a chat crazy enough to warrant the need to switch over to Charmander or Squirtle. My channel doesn't get super chats or anything like that, so I don't have to worry about those swaying my opinion right now. I mean, that's a good problem to have, but we do not have that problem right now. Stick with the Bulba. That's going to be your vote. That's going to be my vote as well, because it's going to make Brock and Misty easier. And you don't really need a great fire type for this game. It helps, but it's not needed. I don't think I'm actually counting. There we go. You also saw my video on how to duplicate Master Balls. You believe with the Retro Mail glitch and almost every item in the game, you were able to duplicate at least 8 Master Balls with it. Nice. Glad it was helpful. There were a few people on there that were struggle busting a little bit with it. And I'm like, this is like one of the easiest glitches I've ever done. The easiest was Pokemon Coliseum's infinite Pokeball glitch, but this one was pretty comparable to that. How you doing tonight, Start Killer? And Ruben, you at 5,000 encounters yet on your Bulbasaur? Or I guess you're hunting Charmander, I'm sorry. And to echo my question from my last stream before I was so graciously interrupted by Shiny Deoxys, anything else on the stream that we think that we need to make it better? You're good just hunting Charmander on Fire Red for a little bit, then probably switching to Fallout. How many encounters you at, Starkiller? Getting pretty close. Been hunting pretty much all day. Should be around 4,800. Not too bad. Ooh, let's not nickname that. You're probably around a couple hundred now. You've been at it for a few hours. You started Bulbasaur Shiny Hunt on Leaf Green too, and you're around 100 or so there. Get that dual hunting action going on. I love it. So are you hunting on 2 switches at once, or are you just bouncing back and forth between each game? That retro mail glitch has actually been really good for the channel. Oops. Messed that one up. Bouncing back and forth from your Switch and Switch too. Gotcha. Hey, do both at the same time. Save yourself some time. You feel like it's faster to focus on one system at a time for you? You never found the shiny on any of the original games, so you have a feeling you'll hit a couple thousand and give up? Understandable. Hey Ruben, are you watching on the short or are you watching on the horizontal stream? You're on the horizontal stream. My short isn't working for chats. I should probably check that. I'm so sorry. No, it's working. I just got worried for a second there. Just clicked on the first notification that came up. You know what? That's fair. Good evening. Welcome. Baku no Deshin. You like the vertical streaming better for some reason? I think for this game, it just makes sense to have vertical. Given, it just makes the game more regular sized, more how it was on the Game Boy Advance /SP. Tony 2 taps, welcome. I do not know what that is. Hey, by Swayze, welcome. Watching UFC. That's what's up. Oh, Shiny Hunt. Pfft, I know what that was. Took me a minute. That was an abbreviation I wasn't expecting. You think your longest Shiny Hunt was resetting on BDSP with Rayquaza? You got 7,000. Dang. And now you're 6 months in on Kyogre. Did you eventually get the Rayquaza? Doesn't have the chat speed to max. That part I still don't quite know what you're referring to. Oh! On the game itself. You know what? You're right. I don't have it on fast right now. You're going to attempt another 500 to 750 resets at work? Let's fix the chat speed. Thanks for that call out. I started a new save file because I didn't want to port my other one over that I was hunting on. Didn't even think about that. You've never been able to get a shiny resetting? You gave up on Rayquaza and just caught it? You may end up going over odds on this Charmander. It's beginning to sound like it. By Swayze's getting pretty close too. Yeah, at first I thought Tony was referring to my YouTube chat speed. I'm like, I don't think that's variable. And the second thought was, well, shoot, I know I don't have many people in the chat, but like you gotta start somewhere. So yeah, chat is not maxed out. text speed was not on fast. You have 40 hours in Oak's office? If I could stop nicknaming this Bulbasaur, we'd be doing fantastic. Come on. That is not the mouse I'm looking for. I'm missing my mouse. Oh, by Swayze, you definitely missed Shiny Deoxys. I'm streaming on 2 YouTube accounts. So I'm streaming on Brasscoin as a short. I'm streaming on Sludge Bomb as a short and as a horizontal. And I'm streaming on Twitch as Brasscoin. Hey, Neil, welcome. We found Shiny Deoxys earlier this afternoon. It took 35 minutes and 71 encounters. But got that. Looking forward to posting a video about it sometime tomorrow. And now we decided to do the Leaf Green Shiny Only badge quest. So that might have been a terrible decision. Really, though. I was like, well, now what do I do for the rest of the stream? I didn't plan this far ahead. Man, I am so glad I got this whole YouTube music thing figured out so that it tells everybody what song's playing. I like having that there. And it is so not a headache. Yeah, that is in fact why Pokopia was up when I started. I just went back and watched it. You missed Shiny Darkrai, Shiny Deoxys. You must Your luck must have been bad. The good news is, I have queued up and ready to go a shiny every shiny Pokemon available on Brilliant Diamond Shining Pearl. Any legendary I can go do on a whim, and I can hunt 4 of them at a time. Those ones I want to wait until this channel gets a little bit bigger, and I'm hoping that this will help with that. But I want to do a horizontal stream for those ones just because I can do 4 switches at one time. But that's actually my second Deoxys shiny hunt, and the first one went pretty identical to that one. That's why I think the reaction was so good, because my first Deoxys shiny hunt, I did one test off stream just to figure out if I was even close to the timing on the RNG manipulation for Emerald. The second one, I hit it dead on. So, like, I started up my stream, ran through, like, 3 minutes, 5 minutes of the stream, and found it. And I'm like, well, crap, now what? So the fact that it basically happened again was insane. You remember you were active in every stream, was sick one day and missed it? Yeah, basically. That's what happens. Oh, it was an eternity ago. It was before my second child. Like, that was back when streaming was, like, super manageable for me. Need to pull out the brass coin patch and get some luck? Absolutely you do. Should have got me to sign it on the back? Yeah, probably. Smoker, we are back at it. Got me my shiny Deoxys earlier today. We told you about that. Now we're going for the Leaf Green Shiny Only Badge Quest. Hoping to get some people popping in, view, stay for a while, subscribe to the channel, all the good stuff. When you get this shiny Charmander, you're sure I'm going to hear your reaction all the way over where I'm at? Yep, Ruben got it. I could see this happening very easily. Actually, I should be over in the Boise area sometime in August. So that'll be fun to go and check out. I'm hoping they let me drive solo, because I don't want to be palling around with a bunch of coworkers for that kind of a drive. What's my next hunt? You mean inside the badge quest after I get the starter? Yeah. It'll be super close. And naturally, while I'm there, I have to stop by Build-A-Bear and see what's going on with the Pokemon Build-A-Bears. Like, I think my youngest son still needs his very own Pikachu plushie. Oh. The guy that talked about his friend that was no longer with us. And like, so are we talking about like car crash kind of dead or what? Like dead or like uh I wonder if that's still in the ether somewhere. I don't even know how I would go back and find that. And I do not remember what his response was to that. You think you clipped it? If you did, that's going to be so legendary. I think the basis of my question was asking if it was self-inflicted or like car crash, because I think he did say that his friend had passed away, but like he left it super open-ended because he was talking about other stuff, and so like that was my way of trying to be more PC about like, hey, how did it happen? Oops. Well, that's an encounter that we'll never know the outcome of. And I asked if it was self-inflicted or if it was like car crash, and it legitimately was a car crash, I think is what he said. They had Sprigatito there a few weeks ago. Litten was there. Pikachu is always there, yeah. Basically. Pikachu and Eevee can like always be picked up. Nobody was hurt? Oh, okay. Then I do not remember this scenario that much. You have Meowth, Pikachu, Eevee, Riolu, and the Fire Starter for SV. Oh, plushies. Nice. That's actually a pretty solid lineup. Girl power, huh? Well, thanks for the jewels anyways. You take your girls there for their birthday and let them pick? Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that was Look Above? Oh, Look Above still comes into the stream on occasion. Look Above and Break Below. So sometimes they get a Pokemon, sometimes they see something else. Your middle child this year picked up Snoopy. Snoopy's pretty alright as far as plushies go. What happened to Dr. Snepper? They were actually on the stream about 3 days ago or so. Yeah, it became a lot more rare that they're able to pop on since they got that nighttime gig doing security and whatnot. Yeah, there for a while, all the regulars got super busy. Yeah, Dr. Snapper still pops on every now and then. Brant over there on the main channel sending jewels. Maybe one of these days I'll actually figure out what the conversion ratio is. Not an OG, but consider yourself a longtime fan. Honestly, I think you're OG enough. Like, you've been here for a hot minute. Like, I don't think any of the OGs really stop by anymore. I mean, we got OGs like F Cubed, Declan, CB Genius, Striker, or Darth Lego Wookiee as he's known on YouTube. I haven't seen either of those peeps in a hot minute. Vision Shady, absolutely I want a shiny frog. Do you want a shiny frog? I mean, I would probably rather have a shiny Charmander in this game as far as what I think is cooler. But as far as like actually being able to make it through the game without a crazy amount of shenanigans going on, Venusaur is the ideal pick. Venusaur would be good to pick up. Somebody asked me what I want my next Pokemon to be. And that's a tough one. I'm thinking I want to go for a Mankey. But my options are like Mankey, Pidgey, Spearow, Caterpie, Pikachu, Weedle. I think realistically those are my options. And honestly, I don't think you would go bad with either one of those options. Shiny Beedrill, though. Like, each one of them does have its pros and cons for sure. But I think I would prefer for the run a shiny Mankey. And I'm going to turn off my light here and try to start talking a little bit quieter, since this is right next to me. It changed your name from Toxic to Vision Shady. That's very interesting. But I do remember you used to be Vision Shady. You remember getting your first living dex from me? Yeah. I love Gekwa. I can't wait to see what that's going to evolve into for a final Evo. I think that's going to be a really sick Pokemon. As for the rest of the games, I haven't done a deep dive into them yet. So, like, that's a video opportunity I could do that I haven't yet. But they already look better than SV, so that's great news. Did the final evolution get leaked already of the starters? There's rumors of it. Ruben sent me an image earlier today that's an alleged leak. but I haven't seen Centro or um, Riddler Coup posting anything about it, so I take it with a grain of salt. $20 or Fire Red? How about $40 and get both when I already have a physical cartridge of them? Yes, please. Because why not? You mean paying for the ease of access for having these on my Switch and connecting straight to home instead of having to port them to my Nintendo DS games and then to another DS game and to my 3DS and then to home? Sign me up. I will gladly pay $20 a piece for those. I would have paid 40 because it is a pain in the butt to get Pokemon from the cartridge to Pokemon Home. That is a huge quality of life improvement when we get Pokemon Home, of course. Sorry, I'm a little sassy. What does this game offer that you can't get in other games? As if the quality of life improvement wasn't enough for you. Immediate access to Deoxys upon beating the Elite Four that you can shiny hunt, which I did on my Fire Red copy and got it in 71 encounters. With those two things right there, the fact that you can get a Deoxys for every playthrough and shiny hunt it and port stuff directly to home without all of the time and effort, I easily would have paid 40 for the copy. If you don't have Poke Transporter, it's impossible anyways. Yeah, basically. Like, you could mod your 3DS and get around it that way, but it's a pain. It'll have to be March for home compatibility if they want to use champions for competitive. Yep. We shall see. What other legends are in the game? Well, you can actually get a Ho-Oh and a Lugia as well. And depending on which starter you choose, you have the ability to pick up one of the roaming legendary beasts. I believe if you choose Bulbasaur, you get Entei. If you choose Squirtle, you get Raikou. If you choose Charmander, you get Suicune. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. They give you the one that's strong against you. Legendary birds, Mewtwo. That's basically it. Yeah, Ho-Oh and Lugia are from events, but that's it. There's only the three. Thing about these older generations is they didn't have a lot of events because they were a pain in the butt to get to. Yeah, I did see Ruby, Emerald, and Sapphire have basically been leaked, and that just makes sense. Like, we knew that they were coming because Nintendo likes being able to complete Pokedexes when possible, and you need those games to complete this dex. As they said when it came out, we don't have access to Umbreon and Espeon in this game because there's no day-night cycle in Fire Red Leaf Green. It just doesn't exist. So we need those games to make those possible. And more importantly, I think we actually need... well, there's a time clock there. I don't know if it ever gets dark at nighttime there, but there is a time clock that indicates day and night, so that's what we're referring to. And I think there's also some Pokemon that you can only get from Pokemon Home to complete your decks as well. Or not Pokemon Home, Pokemon Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness. I think you have to have those games to get the Johto starters. if I'm remembering correctly. But we might get those in this game as an egg. I can't remember. Man, who needs cookies? I feel that so much. I need cookies as well. But your message, not feeling it. Not as much as the name. Plus, we would get the Mew ticket. Absolutely, we would. And do you know how beautiful that would be? Getting the Mew ticket to Shiny Hunt Mew every playthrough on a whim. Gorgeous. Plus the Eon duo. Latios, Latias. Would be phenomenal. Mew was in Emerald, specifically the Japanese copy of Emerald, not English. So when they come out with it, we would get it on US copies. That would be epic. You can get the Johto starters from completing the National on Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. You remember when Pokemon Red and Blue came out, you called the Nintendo Power Hotline asking them how to get Mew? And they're like, that's the neat part, you don't. Yeah, you for sure need 5 out of the 7 games to complete the National Dex. Well, here... It was only possible without XD Gale of Darkness and Coliseum if you managed to get the ticket for Fire Red Leaf Green to go to Naval Rock. Without that ticket, or that mystery gift event, you needed XD Gale of Darkness and Coliseum for Ho-Oh and Lugia. Cost you like $4 for them to tell you how to go to a Pokemon event in real person. Jirachi, though, wasn't possible without the Coliseum bonus disc. Took you an hour of work to do it. Gosh dang.
You were working minimum wage in 1996 when these came out. Or was that for Fire Red Leaf Green? Gosh dang it. If I could quit resetting over without checking the shiny or not. Oh, for red and blue. Dang. Is this the meme stream? I mean, not necessarily. Depends on the memes. How you doing, my Fable? Looks like we got you on chat there. Just trying to be a little bit more quiet since it's late at night. Thanks, Brock. Congrats on the Deoxys indeed. Yeah, Ruben, if you were calling the hotline to Nintendo in '96, then that definitely means you started Pokemon before I did, because I didn't get to start until like '97. You've been playing Pokemon for a minute. Almost all of them. Fable Vids just comes in and drops a cheeky comment and dabs out. Like, what? Yeah, they came in and asked if this was the meme stream. It's a shame that today is not a day where people are falling asleep watching YouTube shorts to end up on my stream. Master Ball, hey, you have a good night. Thanks for popping in. Oh, we popped up to 10 momentarily. That's pretty sweet. Welcome on in. You're trying not to fall asleep. This resetting gets so boring. So is Shiny Nuzlocke? No. Not really a Nuzlocke. It's more just I have to find a shiny before I can battle each gym leader. So I'm not doing the if I faint I have to release the Pokemon or anything like that. But it is basically instead of one Pokemon per route, it's one Pokemon per gym that I can have and have to have. So by the time this is all done, I'll have a team of 8 Pokemon that I have to defeat the Elite Four with. But they just have to be shiny. That's the challenge in itself. Not a shiny only Nuzlocke. Given that this is my first Gen 3 shiny badge quest, I wanted to do that first, and then maybe next time, if I do another one, it can be a Nuzlocke. Nuzlocks actually require a fairly decent degree of planning on their own right, but if you add the need for them to be shiny into the mix, that definitely increases the difficulty because you're not guaranteed the shiny that you need to complete the run. So like I could get like 4 shiny Pidgeys and then get raked over the coals by Lance, and it just not works. But thanks for the sub, Liano. Welcome to the stream. How you doing today? You don't know how we get through these hunts. You already want to quit yours. Determination, streaming, and loads of people to chat with as we do the process. Oh, thank you, Ruben. Let me pop on there and make that an official goal. We're at 351 for subscribers. Man, it took so long to get through the 320s. 340s blew by in a day. That was awesome. Jay Reynolds, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Jay? But yeah, it is not easy to do this by any means, but chatting with people as it goes on definitely makes it easier than it otherwise would be. Shiny Shaman, I'm serious, it almost broke me when I was doing BDSP. It almost broke me mentally. Jay, the Shiny Mon are doing great. Earlier today, caught myself a shiny Deoxys. So that's freaking sweet. The shinies be shining. This Charmander is testing you pretty good, but you ain't giving up. That's the spirit. That's what we need. I do really wish though that we didn't have to deal with that journal each time. Some people love the journal because it tells you where you left off, but like it's Pokemon, it's not that hard. I really don't feel like it's needed. Like, in case you didn't remember, you were battling people. In case you didn't remember, you were catching Pokemon. It was a cool idea at the time, not so much now. Yeah. It would be delightful if it had an option to turn it off. I feel like they caught people shiny hunting Ruby, Emerald, and Sapphire and said, no way. We can't allow that. But if this hunt does go well, like this whole series, I will be doing a Pokemon Sapphire eventually. Probably will be out on the Switch too by the time I finish this, honestly. One Pokemon that I do want to try to shiny hunt is Shiny Nidoran. I know, Starkiller. It's going to be epic when they do. It'll be out on the Switch Pro 3 by the time you get this Charmander. Quite possibly. Wouldn't that be something? Feel like past the 5,000 mark. Baba Ooey, welcome. How you been? You don't think you're gonna end up finding this Charmander Star Killer? I think it's possible. Time. But it easily could take 24,000 resets. Gen 3 is a cruel mistress for shiny hunting. How are ya, Baba Ooey? Feel like we've seen you a little more recently these days. Doing just fine. Troubleshooting OBS right now. Did a little bit of that myself earlier. My task was trying to make it so that I could have my iTunes music show you what's playing on the stream screen right now. And I got it done. Started wondering if shiny Pokemon were even possible the other day because of the amount of encounters you had on wild Pokemon in your playthrough. You should have seen something. You're telling me, man. On my playthrough through Fire Red, I had so many encounters. Baba Ooey, what in OBS are you trying to troubleshoot? You know what would be cool? If I got a sub for every encounter. That would be legit. Darth Daddy, welcome. Thanks for the luck. At first I thought that was gonna say Darth Lego Wookie, but then it did not. But welcome to the stream. You do any shiny hunting? Just trying to make it capture a specific window. It's been quite hard to get working on Steam Deck. Wait, Steam Deck or Stream Deck? Mostly newer games, you don't have the patience for this? Understandable. These odds are not great. Yeah, these odds are terrible. Steam Deck. Oh. So if I'm understanding that, Baba Ooey, you're playing games on a Steam Deck, streaming from the Steam Deck, and you're trying to capture a specific window on the Steam Deck, all within the Steam Deck environment. Yeah, Darth Daddy, we popped on stream earlier today for the end of my Fire Red playthrough, just a normal one. Shiny hunted Deoxys. Got it in like 71 encounters. Took 35 minutes. Super fast. Super easy. Freaking really awesome luck with that one. Baba Ooey, I do not envy that scenario. That sounds quite difficult. Thanks. Thanks, Darth. Been working, yeah, Ruben's been working on a shiny Charmander for 5 days now. Somewhere just north of 5,000 encounters. I mean, my longest encounter, I think, took 7,000 some odd. I could easily do it again, I suppose. You mostly just shiny hunt on Dynamax adventures. Ironically enough, Darth, that is one place that I haven't had any luck shiny hunting. I've gone after Zygarde several times. Only managed to beat it like 25 of them. My shiny luck within that environment is terrible. Also, we just moved up to 352 subs. That's pretty sweet. Thanks for that. Private Blondie. Why do I want to be a shiny hunter? I mean, there's really no want to be about it. I am one. Have been for about 5-ish years. I like it. I think it's fun. The challenge is there. It's fun streaming and talking to people and chatting with people. I've gotten to know hundreds of people and be able to chat with them, and it's just fun. It's more of like something to do while interacting with people. Like, started in 2019 before shutdowns and all that, and then it just kind of blew up. And you know, since we weren't hanging out with people in real life that much, made it so that we could hang out here, and it was pretty awesome. You got Giratina in like 10 tries and named him Darth Vader. That's what's up. That's a pretty good nickname for a Giratina. And then you're new to shiny hunting, so you love to hear people's answers. Glad to provide one. It really is about the community of it for me. Like, if I wasn't streaming, I would not have the patience to shiny hunt. Like, I need the streaming environment, the chats and people coming in, popping in, saying what's up, in order to survive the monotony of random button presses. And I find it really cool how many people pop into the stream because they want to shiny hunt, and they also enjoy having that same sense of community with, hey, somebody's doing this ordeal with me, like, let's see who can get it first, let's do this hard thing together. I think it's really cool. By Swayze's back, and it is time to hunt. Good luck, By Swayze. I did talk Ruben into shiny hunting. Ah, we got Darth Daddy over on the Twitch stream as well. Hello, and over there. Marcus? What you up to, Marcus? What are the odds, though, Wiss? The odds are terrible. The odds are 1 in every 8,192. That ain't your twin? Role-playing you. Miserable great? Well, that's a conflicting emotion, isn't it? Not much, just came back from a midnight walk. It was pretty dark. That happens at midnight. Glad you made it back safe, though. You don't even have the game? One day, Wiss. One day. I thought about doing a giveaway for this game when we hit 1,000 subs. Fun fact, I think by the end of tomorrow, I will have enough stream hours to make YouTube partner. And we're inching ever so closer to half of the subs we need to get that happening. You needed to clear your head, so you decided to go on a walk. Walks are pretty great for those, mad respect. Yeah, we're getting pretty close to those numbers. And we do lose an hour tonight. That would be so cool if, like, because we lose an hour and it springs forward and says like 3 at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. if like I somehow manage to get an extra hour of stream time added to the stream. That would be cool. Yeah, so in 147 subscribers, I will have enough to enable like memberships on the channel, and we can get some custom emotes, which will be really cool. Because I already have them made, since I had them made a long time ago, which would be legit. Just 147 more. We're almost there. And then we double that, and we're a partner. And the community grows. You technically get to go home an hour early. That's what's up. Back when I was working at Walmart, when I was working on overnights, they made us clock out for lunch at 3. Let's see. It was at a certain time. They did it so that it would like scrub our lunch on paper, so we still worked the full 8, so we didn't get to go home an hour early. It was weird. Get us a new like goal pinned here. You would like to go to the park sometimes, but it's a 15-minute walk. Well, that's not too bad. DJ, how long have I been going already? We started the stream off at about 625 encounters. We've been going an hour and a half, like, on this run. Previous to that, I did the 625 encounters on my Fire Red playthrough, just as I was battling trainers and mindlessly going through that game. I was doing some encounters here. So I didn't really have a timer started because I probably did the Fire Red playthrough for about 35 hours of streaming, and half of that I was shiny hunting intermittently. Like, I'd forget I was shiny hunting, so the timer wasn't running on that. But we'll say solidly like an hour and a half. How you been, DJ? That's a name I feel like I recognize. You're gonna have to get a new Pro controller after this with all the button mashing. It's hard not to button mash, isn't it? I have a really bad button mashing problem. Victor, welcome. The rival picking the Charmander after me is the definition of D move. Yes, yes it is. How you doing, Victor? Pretty good. Just hanging here while you play Pokopia. How you liking it? You think you haven't told me? You got your 2 switches up and running, hoping your Bulba shows up tonight. By Swayze, that is legit. You out there working a full-time job, hanging in there, shiny hunting on 2 switches. Wild. Love to hear it. You're having a very good time playing Pokopia. I was enjoying it immensely. Yeah, I thought it was great. One of your brothers passed away a month ago. Wiss, I'm so sorry to hear that. That's terrible news. How did it happen? He's the one that taught you who taught you what Pokemon was? Yep. That would be the equivalent of my brother. He's the one that taught me what Pokemon was. Couldn't imagine that. Died by inhaling a pesticide. Oh, that's rough. Was it like working out in fields with farm equipment and stuff like that, and just kind of not knowing that it was sprayed or something to that effect? Presumably, what your other brother thinks is that he used the pesticide and fell asleep in his room, so it kind of just didn't have any way to aerate, and that makes sense. That's rough. Multi guy, welcome to the stream. Yeah, Wes, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's very difficult to deal with, and really life changing and altering. Oh my gosh. Cat and grandma? That's insane. Dude, how like, obviously you're not all right, but like, oh, okay. So grandma wasn't associated with the same event. But are you and your parents hanging in there? Because that's gotta be just absolutely devastating. Oh, she survived in a critical state. It's been a month of that. Nothing you can do about it. That is true. All thing really can be done is one foot in front of the other. As they say, it gets easier with time, but doesn't mean it ever gets easy. True that. Spending time being mad about it, being sad about it, effort that could be applied elsewhere. And, grief and pain are powerful motivators to get you up and on to bigger, better things and making the best of what you still have. Exactly, Ruben. May not heal the wound, but the pain does subside. Ordered a white OLED with everything but box yesterday to prepare for future hunts. Yeah, I just finished setting up every shiny legendary you can possibly hunt on BDSP on 4 different switches, and I'm going through doing the same for Sword and Shield. I want it to be ready. So, Wis, has there been anything that you've found in this experience that's been helpful to you for processing? Hopefully that was worded as intended. Couldn't stomach another Switch 2, so you seen an OLED for 200 with best offer and offered like 170 and they accepted. Nice. One of my buddies is selling his Zelda OLED and trying to get 250 to 300 out of it. Probably just appreciate life more. That's some fair advice. And what do you get to do in your life to embody that and to appreciate life more? Here definitely by Swayze on the Sludge Bomb Trainer channel would be the most beneficial as we're trying to build that one up and get it onto partner status. The main channel does well enough on its own. I would say I could post more videos there, but I've noticed that it seems to do all right. Deep convo going on indeed. Now that you know the pain of losing a brother, you wouldn't like that to happen to you or any other brothers or just anyone. You know what? That's actually a great response, Wes. Empathy for others in the situation. I think how that would present is better familial relations with the ones that you do still have. You know, kind of one of those things where you can kind of start to be okay with being, upset with your other siblings and just thinking back and be like, you know what? Maybe this problem that I have with my other brother or other sibling isn't that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, knowing that that could happen at any moment kind of makes issues seem smaller when you've had a big issue like that crop up. For me today, uh, not similar situation, but in that vein, I have one grandparent left because my grandma passed away back in September, and it was my grandpa's birthday today, and so he's the only one we got left. It was yeah, I don't care what I'm doing today. We're dropping everything. We're going to that because there's not many of those left type of experiences. So over time, it just compounds, and you're like, you know what? There are more important things. These things can feel small by comparison to bigger events. Not much has changed in your life since then. You didn't usually see each other as often, so you appreciate every time you were talking or playing. I think it hurt more thinking that it's going to happen, that it isn't going to happen again. Ah, yeah. The thought of the future things that are no longer possible. Yo, Naruto. What's good, Naruto? You just have one grandparent left as well. Yeah, honestly, like mine wasn't so bad. Like really with any of my grandparents thus far. The last one's gonna hurt though. I think. Like for my grandmas, we saw it coming. Like we had plenty of warning, plenty of notice. It wasn't a surprise at all. And it was kind of like, yeah, this kind of needs to happen. As terrible as that is to say, and we were kind of not relieved at the time, but like very accepting of it and ready to roll with it. Um, but then fast forward a few months, and then things happen. There's a saying that you hear that they used to always say, or there's a thought in your head that you think, and then it's just like, oh well, that sucks. Can't go back to that now. But just the randomest things and the randomest times you'll be reminded. But over time, it becomes more bittersweet than just bitter. Can't get a shiny, but you can get the same gender, ability, and nature on a dual attempt. Yeah, that's got to be fairly rare. Because nature's like 1 in 20 something. To get that nature, so you're at like 1 in 20 something squared. Getting them to roll that at the same time. Gender is like 95% male, 5% female for starters in this gen, I think. Or it's 75-25, one of the two. Ability, I think ability in this game's pretty close to guaranteed. I think you can only get one ability in this game. I don't know if they had hidden abilities yet that you could get. Basically just hit a shiny but useless, yeah. Oh, I don't think I incremented up for that last one. Gosh dang it, I did it again. That's like the third time. That's 3 opportunities I could have gotten a shiny and skipped it. Your brother was only 26. Yeah, that is painful. I think I still have 2 hours until that happens by Swayze. Oh no, Wiss, you're fine, man. You have a great rest of your night. Get some good sleep, and I'm glad that you told me. It's nice that you can, feel that you can talk about that, and it's nice to know with future interactions and things like that. But I'm happy that you were able to tell me. It's now 3 in the morning for you, Marcus. Yeah, you've been shiny hunting for like a whole extra hour. One thing's for sure though, I never thought I would be doing this for a Bulbasaur. At least it isn't for Squirtle. Even though I like Squirtle more than Bulbasaur, Squirtle's kind of terrible for this game, in my opinion. Like, he does alright. That's how you know you're a good streamer, when your chat is comfortable enough to talk to you about stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, and it happens quite a bit. And that's like the powerful thing about doing streaming and having a community is you never know how somebody's day's going. You never know what they're dealing with in their life. And sometimes they need somebody to talk to, and there just isn't anybody at home that they can talk to. Um, and it's kind of an interesting experience being able to participate in that and let people vent. On the other side, you occasionally just have trolls coming through and dropping F-bombs and leaving weird comments, like Toilet Guy earlier. Marcus is the troll. Yeah, somebody did that earlier on the main channel. I had to hide somebody on the channel. The craziest part about this run is that we could spend like 12 days shiny hunting Bulbasaur and going triple over odds and then find the main key or whatever the next Pokemon is in like 40 resets. Pretty much everything you do is weird comments. Nah, you got normal comments sometimes, Haunter fan. Also, never would have thought I could have 4 chats open, an incrementer, a counter, and stream to 4 different locations at the same time. Oh, you guys know what's cool? I got Citra working on my computer again. And Ryujinx. It is multitasking at its finest. Now, I do want to know how much my computer is going to be able to handle this when I'm quad hunting with 4 different switches and my computer has to deal with 4 different video inputs. That's going to be wild. Gosh dang it. About to hit 6K. When to hit B to skip the journal and hit all of the buttons at the same time. Yeah, we've grown by quite a few subscribers just today alone. It's been awesome. I think I started the day with like 48 or so. Charmander is definitely laughing at you. Should make a video on how to hook multiple switches to one controller. I actually don't know how to do that. Might be worth figuring out. At this point, I'm waiting for the inevitable question. Gonna have to figure that out. You could be quad hunting over there too. Ruben, you have 4 switches? The internet says you can't hook a Nintendo Switch controller to multiple Switch consoles simultaneously. But you know the internet exists to prove the internet wrong. 6K down, 20 more to go. You got it. This is just a warm-up. This is just a pregame. Have Animal Crossing Switch, Let's Go Edition Switch, SV OLED Switch, and the Switch 2. You know what? I'm jealous of your Pokemon Switches. I got the Zelda OLED Switch. And thought about getting the SV one. Yeah, by Swayze. I'm just over here. When I quad hunt, I'm using 4 Switch controllers. Insane. Absolutely insane luck, Starkiller. That's how. You should have gotten one of the modded ones. Definitely. You also have a first edition Switch, but gave it to your oldest daughter for her 5th birthday. That's fun. Nice. Good old-fashioned moddable Switch. You have the Switch 2. That's it. You've never had money to get the designed ones. And that's fair. I would rather have a Switch 2 than one of the designed ones. But that Let's Go Pikachu Eevee one calls to me every time I see it up on like Facebook Marketplace. I'm just like, I want it though. My wife has the Animal Crossing one. It used to be mine, but I traded her for one of her old Switches that I think I reskinned. You donated plasma to get those Switches? That's what's up. I streamed YouTube to get mine. I am permanently deferred from donating plasma. It's a huge buzzkill. Or else I would still be doing it to this day. Your wife asked if you got that OLED just to shiny hunt, but you told her you needed it for the collection. For the collection. Oh yeah, it is so easy money. You have 1 false positive, 2 Starkiller. Mine, I decided it was a great idea to pull an all-nighter with my buddy and drink like an entire 12-pack of Mountain Dew while playing Halo 5 on a binge and go and donate plasma in the morning without having consumed water. And like what it did to my liver, the plasma detection stuff did not appreciate. I like to party too much and they know about it, so you're banned. That's funny. That will do it. And it did. It was a crappy lesson though, because it would sure be nice to be able to donate plasma and get $400 a month. It's like, allow my kids to spend some time with their grandparents for a minute, go sit and play a video game for an hour, get paid 40 bucks a pop to do it, sign me up. But because I had that false positive, they put you on the national do not allow list, and it's just, you can't get off of it. It's so dumb. Party like your liver needs to be punished. Fun fact though, there is a way to get off of that list. It's just nowhere does the testing to allow you to get off that list. Like, if I could create a plasma center that would do that, I would. It would make heaps of money. Got the party scars, and they were like, no, sir. You would have to get new arms to get off that list. You learned a trade instead. You'll keep your fancy plasma for yourself. At this point, I am extremely tempted to pull an all-nighter, but I know that that's a stupid decision. But I do want to stay up until 2 just to experiment to see if it does instantly, like, pump my stream time. There are no stupid decisions, only stupid consequences. I love it. There are only lessons learned, hopefully. Oh, sure, like that is the stupidest thing you've done all week. I think it actually might be. No. I forgot to give my child amoxicillin this morning. That was pretty dumb. You're down to stay up with me, hoping to get this Charmander. At the very least, it'll be nice to know if you hit full odds. You don't know how I keep myself on track with these resettings? Do you mean just stay in the course and keeping going, or do you mean like actually incrementing? Because I'm pretty sure I've forgotten a few times. It happens so much. And I assure you, monitoring the various chats keeps me distracted enough from the grind that it do one Charmander attempt. Bet. How do I keep going? Because you want to move on so bad. One encounter at a time. Negatory. Oh, hold the phone, hold the phone. No, still no way to control multiple switches with one controller for the time being. I'm sure I could do it with a Raspberry Pi. Not me personally, but I'm sure it can be done. You can't wait to see that light blue border. What you talking about? I thought about putting up my second Switch and shiny hunting like fire red or something on it so that I could get out of Oak's office faster, but I doubt it. There are no Pro controllers with built-in macro functions, so who knows? Light blue border on the summary page. Oh, I didn't even know that did that. Look at me being a bumpkin. So if it's shiny, that purple border will be light blue instead. Gotta switch games because you've accidentally reset the game twice now before checking if Charmander was shiny. Was your luck one of those times it was it? Honestly, I've done that like 4 times a stream. Oh, that's good to know. That'll be easier to see. It's like I'm just looking for a bulb-colored Bulbasaur. Oh my gosh, reset. Thank you. You're looking for the star? Dang. Yeah, I'm looking for the color change. Look at my shiny Deoxys, very noticeable. I mean, now that you mention it, I kind of feel like that's the case. I've just never paid attention. Great thing about the community, everyone knows something different. For real, though. I also wish Mewtwo had a cooler shiny. Mewtwo shiny should be blue. I feel like Pokemon ruins good shinies by making them green. Indeed, that they do. Harmony of the voice. I do not know what that is. Enlighten me, please. After years of debating, you have finally figured out your favorite Pokemon. The winner is Mudkip, with a close tie between Absol and Metagross. I respect the Gen 3 nature of that comment. Harmony, what exactly is Mewgenics? Your favorite is Celebi, with a favorite shiny of Umbreon. Good choices on both accounts. Mudkip is like the best possible choice that can be made. Flygon and Mimikyu are next in line. Also peak. I don't know, Starkiller, but that's kind of what I'm feeling too. Like, it's so familiar, but like I don't know why I know what this is. And I'm terrified to look it up. Oh, it's actually a game. Build the ultimate cat army through tactical breeding and send them into deep, challenging turn-based adventures. It doesn't appear to be a Pokemon knockoff initially. It seems to be purely about cats. Yeah, cats. And now that I've looked it up, I vaguely remember somebody talking to me about it on stream at some point in the past. You had a master set of Celebi, except the gold star. Got mad and sold a lot. Understandable. Yeah. Oh, apparently I'm counting in the stream. Ha. Let me just fix that. I didn't even process that Gary had chosen his starter yet. I was like, what do you mean I chose Charmander? I chose Bulbasaur. What are you smoking, game? The good stuff. Celebi has been your favorite since the Pokemon movie it was in. Pokemon forever. Pokemon forever, forever setting up the lore that Ash got Pikachu because Ash had to get Pikachu. Where do I buy the mail at for that glitch? That is 4th floor of the department store in Celadon City, where you buy the leaf stone at, ironically enough. Don't the newer games pick the weaker option to what you pick, not the stronger ones like this one? That is true. Gen 5 and beyond, I think your main rival picks the weaker one. And he hooked Professor Oak with Ash. Yep. Timelines are crazy. You thought that was different? Yeah, these games are brutal. Up until like Gen 4-ish, absolutely brutal. Yeah, the newer ones guide you to the end. This one required you to like explore and like figure crap out and read. Like Gen 3, if you didn't visit everybody's house in Rustboro, you did not get the HM move cut. And there was nobody that like really guided you to that guy. All you know is Elite Four better be harder next game. Yeah, Gita wasn't terribly hard. You noticed you couldn't click on the trash cans in this remake? I was able to click on some in the SSN and Lieutenant Surge's gym, of course. They all give me a berry, though. No, I want that. Imagine getting the Reg Gs with no guidebooks or the internet. Yeah. That would be insane. I don't even know if it's possible. Like, unless you just happened to know Braille. Because one of them is like super hyper specific. have your fire red leaf green strategy guide. Very nice. Hey Darth, welcome back. Who did I pick for my playthrough? Currently picking Bulbasaur. If you're talking about like my basic playthrough where I shiny hunted Deoxys, I picked Charizard, but I also traded the other starters over. So kind of mainly Charizard, but towards the end all of them. You wonder if they will fix the shiny frame issue on the release of Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald? Nope. Probably not. Emerald will probably be still RNG manipulatable really easily. Like, it's a core part of the game's programming. Ruby and Sapphire I didn't think had a shiny frame issue. Hope they re-release Heart Gold, Soul Silver. It's possible with they haven't officially done the Nintendo DS thing, have they? But since there's a chat feature, we know it has a mic. So like we could blow into the mic for DS games that require that. I think part of the reason why we don't have a DS option is while it would work well if you have your Switch hooked up to your TV, because the Switch could be the touch screen and the TV could be the top screen, kind of like the Wii U, it doesn't translate well to portable mode. And I think that's going to be their beef with it. Although you could just easily turn your Switch on its side and have a top screen and a bottom screen. They would just have to make a controller that plugs in and holds the Switch in vertical mode, and they could do that because there is the USB-C on either side of the unit. Like, it could happen. So you wouldn't have to dock the Switch necessarily. They could, in theory, make it so that there is a wireless signal to the dock from the Switch to transmit what's going on. They could also make a cable that you could hook up optionally to do so as well. They would have to do a remake of the DS games and take out the second screen, which wouldn't mind, or make it a background thing you pull up. Honestly though, people have modded the Nintendo Switch and turned it into a DS player, and they just rotate the Switch on its side and it's fine. They gotta do a cable or a separate adapter because the dock is not made for that. Yeah, not currently. Switch 2 screen is big enough for the split screen, yes. Come on, game, reset. Speaking of DS era, Spirit Tracks. You got hooked on the settlement building in Fallout 4? Is it a good building? One of my favorite locations in Fallout 3 is Tenpenny Tower and Megaton. I think those locations are fun. You want black and black too, mostly. I agree with this statement, Darth. My favorite Pokemon game is Pokemon Sapphire, specifically Sapphire. Second is Pokemon Black and White. I have to go with Pokemon White because I prefer Zekrom, but I do like Pokemon Black as a aesthetic better. It's just addicting, kind of like Animal Crossing with building and setting stuff up. Black and White were really fun. I want them to do a remake where both of them are combined with optional gyms, because like 2 of the gyms are optional. Or I guess not optional, but like if you combine them, there would be 2 gyms that are different. Long-awaited Pokemon Gray. Yes. Pokemon Platinum is your favorite? Pokemon Platinum's good. Your favorite is Ruby. Just that ref just pops as it was your first Pokemon game. Yeah. I think it's the first one where I ever completed the Pokedex in its entirety. I can see why this talk took Sauce McGavin so long. If you can do about 1,000 encounters in 8 hours, it's 1,000 encounters a day, basically. Your second one have to be platinum, even though it's super slow. So slow. For no reason, too. Ooh, we boosted up to 21 likes. That's what's up. You've been doing at least 700 resets a day. That is a sizable portion. The worst part about me doing this is that I am now locked to doing this shiny hunt on stream only. Like I can't do encounters off stream for this one. So while it could take me 8 hours a day for 30 days, given that I will only be able to stream like 2 hours a day, it could take me quite a long time. Or it could take me no time. It just depends on the luck of the draw. At least you're getting paid. This is true. This playthrough is going to take so much time. It's unreal. If you would have told your childhood self that, you would have freaked out. Fair. There for a while, I got to play video games while I worked, but we do too much back where I'm at now. That, and with my manager role, it's just not possible. I got too much stuff to do. You're about to hit me with some nostalgia. Is this on Discord? Do you remember the game I used to play when I worked at Walmart? Do I remember that game where I used to play, where I used to work at Walmart? It's coming to me. It's just still boarding the train here. I know it's a facetious game. I'm just not. It's just not coming to me. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, calling in all willy-nilly like. The game was I would call in and I could use PPTO to like scrub the occurrence from my record because it was protected personal time off. So if I was sick, I would just use that. But like I would constantly be at like 4 points. Well, yeah, you could go up to 5, and at 6 you were like disciplined and terminated. But I would keep it like right at 4 and just accumulate my PPTO because if you use the PPTO, it's gone. And so you may have like 40 hours of PPTO where you could be sick. And if you used all 40 of that and then you used your 4 call ins, you were out of sick time for the year unless you scheduled it. So what I would do is I would use my points first because you would then have time for the points to roll off every 6 months before needing to use your PPTO to cover an absence and scrub it. So I would constantly ride 4 points and let them fall off and just use my PPTO for whatever. Yeah, definitely can't do that anymore. I don't have points, I just have time off. Last week I did a little bit of that though. Yeah, it's min-maxing at its finest. Like points are free as long as they fall off. Oh, that would have been almost 5 years ago now. Because I've been at my current place for almost 5 years. Yeah, and that's probably why it took me so long to remember. Because I've had limited PTO for 5 years. Like, I'm just about to hit the mark where I start accruing time off a little bit faster by like an hour. And it doesn't sound like much, but like, it adds up fast. Like, I'll have, like, I think 2 days every 3 pay periods or something like that. And then when I hit 10 years, I'll have a day every pay period. Or, no, a day every 2, sorry. So I'll get like 13 paid days off a year. That doesn't sound right. No, 26. That sounds right. 26. Definitely an OG. Exactly, that's what I was saying, Viceways. You've been here since like 22. And like I started doing everything in 2019. And I didn't get big until like 2021. Actually, 2021 is probably where you entered. because you were here before my son was born, I think. You know, you were here almost 2 years before the Shiny Living Dex purchase, and that was in July of 23. Yeah, and so July of 23 is actually when I started working at my current place. Sorry, July of 21 was when I started working at my current place. So at that point, I still had some carryover to Walmart. So I quit Walmart in October of 21. So you were here for my Walmart days. You know what was diabolical? I put in time off for orientation for my job. I was working at Walmart and like, yeah, I need a week vacation on this date. Okay. Went to get orientation at another place. Marcus, what do you mean you haven't been here a year yet? No way. Surely you've been here like 3. You know you didn't work out for you, but you low-key feel special to be on one of the only ones to have that patch. Yeah, I still have like 390 of them sitting in my drawer. I was actually looking at them today. June or July is a year. Oh, wow. Feels like it's been a while, though. But I guess that's what happens when you pop into every stream. Almost everyone. Yeah, I definitely wish I would have sold more of those patches, that's for sure. You feel bad for missing a lot in the last year, but you've had tons going on, but back now, Hey man, it's understandable. Life gets crazy. Jay Reynolds loves having both patches. I am also surprised Marcus is still up. At this point, Marcus is pulling an all-nighter. Hey, Ash Ketchum, thanks for the luck on the hunt. Are you hunting as well? No? Alright. We on the grind. Seeing if we can grow our humble channel from 340 to as much as we can. Next game you're going to play, you probably be meeting up at Bella Bell Park content for Mario Wonder. Oh, okay. Mario Wonder. Well, Ash, thanks for following there on Twitch. I thought you'd been here almost 2 years. July 24? Like, yeah, it's like, I know it's been longer than a year. So, Ash, what's the event going on at Mario Wonder? Ouch. Yes, you're pulling an all-nighter. Like, I have a suspicion my kids will sleep until like 8, so as long as I get 5 hours, I'm good. It's like the Switch 2 edition or DLC. Oh, gotcha, gotcha. 19, 20 bucks for Mario Wonder. Okay, we got a Mario fan. Right on. Yep. Yeah. So here in about 51 minutes, it's going to jump from 2 to 3. But the kids should sleep till 8 because that's actually 7 for their internal time clocks. So as long as I go to bed at 3, I should still be getting 5 hours. If not, it's going to be 4, and I'll survive. It is a little time travel, yes. Playing Pokopia. That's a fun game, Marcus. You did end up pulling the trigger and getting it, eh? I wanted to see if I could hit 1,000 encounters today. I don't know if it's going to happen. Ooh, let's not nickname that. Yeah, you pre-ordered it because you wanted the Ditto. I wish I could have pre-ordered it. I want a nice Ditto plushie. somehow I sold an item on eBay and I neglected to ship it for like 12 days because like 10 of them I didn't know that I had sold something on eBay. Somehow this person in their good graces saw fit not to give me negative feedback about it. You would have pre-ordered it, but after Legends ZA being so bad, you didn't want to rush into anything. Demon King Ganon, welcome. I missed an item I sold on eBay. Yeah. So, funny story. My iPhone somehow got set up to purge apps that I don't use within a certain amount of time. And so I had this item listed on eBay and it was set up to just auto renew. And it had been up there for like 4 months and just kept auto renewing. And because I didn't sign into the eBay thing, because I didn't get any notifications saying I sold something, my phone decided to archive the app, which basically prevented any notifications. It prevented me from using the app. Um, and the email didn't pop up to say, hey, this item sold. And so finally, I got an email notification saying, or I got an email from my bank saying that funds were available for early deposit from eBay. And I'm like, well, this has got to be a scam. I haven't sold anything. And it prompted me to get into the eBay app, and I had to download it again, sign in, all that. And come to find out, I had sold an item 10 days prior. And they were waiting on me to ship it, and like, it was terrible. So I have been sick this week, Gannon, but that's not the reason why my voice is like this. I'm intentionally talking lower because it's like 1 in the morning and the wife is sleeping. But yes, I have had a bit of a rougher voice all week and have had a cough. Not a terrible one, but a cough. Yeah, and I'm so shocked they didn't just give me negative feedback, because they did reach out to eBay and say, hey, I haven't received my item. And then I just provided them tracking information and sent it with a message that said, I'm so sorry. Like, this is what happened. But we got it shipped. By Swayze, you skipped ZA. Not a bad decision, honestly. Did anybody else get the Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise Pokemon Lego set? Colossus Council, welcome. ZA should have been so much better. We just expected so much more out of it. Those Legos are too rich for your blood. Lego Pokemon is fantastic, but on Rebrickable, there are even better Pokemon designs. I have no doubt. So this box is like easily 25 pounds. Easily. And it's about 15 inches by 15 inches by like 30 inches tall. It's huge. Did I get my hands on a Back to the Future speed set? Definitely not. No, I've only bought Harry Potter, Pokemon, and Zelda Legos for like the last 5 years. I did get the bonus gift of the badges. I did indeed. HP Lego sets are turning out to be the better ones than Star Wars at the moment. Yeah, I enjoy them. I like trying to collect basically the entire Hogwarts castle. You're still sad that you had to have a DoorDash kick before the Lego got released, because now you don't have the money for them. Yeah, DoorDash will get you, dude. Okay. Do you all have a Dutch Bros where you're at? Maybe even a Starbucks would work for this analogy. You hope they make the Quidditch Stadium from Hogwarts this time. They've made like a Quidditch match trunk, but yeah, like the entire stadium would be so cool. Bloodstar, welcome. Doing well, doing well. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're currently talking about Harry Potter Legos and Pokemon Legos. You've never heard of whatever I just said? So you've never heard of Dutch Bros? Have you heard of Starbucks? Will I stream GTA 6? No. Wow, Marcus, that's actually impressive. Anybody else not hear of those too? Like, Starbucks is in so many movies. Yeah, Colossus. So I got a stream going on my main YouTube channel for vertical. I got a vertical stream on Sludge Bomb Trainer, a horizontal stream on Sludge Bomb Trainer, and a vertical stream on Twitch. By Swayze, you've heard of Dutch Bros coffee or Starbucks? You're doing good yourself? Just beat the champion on Leaf Green and Tumble, your electrode saved you. Ooh, an electrode coming in clutch for a champion battle? How'd that happen? Also, any plans to shiny hunt Deoxys? You have Dunkin' though? Okay. So Marcus is over there on a DoorDash kick, right? I can't DoorDash because like my mind just will not let me pay a delivery fee. And the reason why I bring up Starbucks and Dutch Bros is you guys may like roast me for this or whatever, judge accordingly, but like when I go to Dutch Bros or when I go to Starbucks, I cannot bring myself to tip ever at those locations. Like it just blows my mind. And I hate going there and paying with card and the stupid little iPad turnaround for a tip just aggravates me. I remind you of the player Bernhalter from Vancouver Whitecaps, like in looks or what? Let's see. Since you choose Bulbasaur, your rival had 3 flying types. Oh my gosh, that would come in clutch. Yeah, that would happen. That's like tipping at McDonald's, not gonna happen. By looks, okay, okay. DoorDash is kind of a scam with the price they charge, and the drivers expect $10 to tip every time. Yeah. See, if I did DoorDash, I know I have a delivery fee, but the annoying thing about that is DoorDash takes a fee. You're paying the restaurant like say 15 bucks, and then DoorDash is going to have a $3 delivery fee for them, a $3 delivery fee for the driver, and then the driver expects a tip. I understand tipping the driver, which is why I can't use DoorDash, is because like I am not paying $9 in delivery fees for a $15 meal. That's just I can't do it. Now, what I will do on occasion is I forgot lunch at work. I will order from Jimmy John's and I will tip accordingly to have Jimmy John's delivered because I am going to the restaurant, paying their delivery fee, and saving the time that way. I can get behind that and tipping the driver and all that. I just can't give a third party platform the tip for it. You only tip at restaurants or when you get your haircut? Exactly. Like, I'm going to Starbucks or Dutch Bros for a drink. The bare minimum quality of service is to have the drink made. I'm not tipping for it. Like, that is the purpose of the visit. Electrode has a timid nature, so no one is outspeeding it. Ooh, that is a solid Electrode. DoorDash robs the drivers after they rob the person that ordered. And to be honest, if you DoorDash, you would have to live in the city and use a bike to make it worth your time because the wear on the vehicle makes it not worth it. Yeah. Spark Driver did pretty well. Like, Spark Driver pays pretty decent, especially when you actually get tips. I did Spark Driver for a little while. You love people who tip at McDonald's. You got some older guy who gave you $20 as a tip the other day. He was like, here, you guys need it. You never get tipped, and you were extremely nice. Well, that's nice. Colossus, I do in fact have a German background. Yes. Well, at least lineage. Got some German, some Scottish, and some Irish. And some Native American, actually. You've been hooked on Starbucks strawberry lemonade with 5-hour energy poured in it? Oh my gosh. I would hope you stay up all night with that. So Bloodstar, any Any Deoxys shiny hunting, or are you just gonna go catch it and call it good? You haven't had soda in 2 months. Did it as a test. Never felt better. I've been limiting my soda intake. It always sucks because like I'll get sick and just like, you know what? A soda would make things more manageable, so I'll get a soda. Like I had this one today, but I've been trying to be on more water. I should make a video on playing Pokemon Yellow in Stadium and teach Pikachu Surf. That would be dope. And then transfer to Crystal and then to home if possible. So that is not possible. I'm also pretty sure you can get a surfing Pikachu in the Alola region. There's a GBA cartridge where you can transfer from Gen 1 and 2 to Gen 3, but yeah, but then it's like illegal. Because that Pikachu should not exist in that environment. You're addicted to soda, Star Killer. Still legit if you can store it in home. I have several illegitimate Pokemon in Pokemon Home that prove otherwise. Pikachu from Yellow has to be the best Pikachu. Yeah, just because you can put it into home doesn't mean it's legit. Says an entire history of my other channel with modding. I have several things at home that aren't supposed to be there. If the Switch to Yellow can be transferred to home directly, then that's cool. There's a Switch to Yellow. You tried soda the other day and it was very thick. I should probably enjoy some water today. Can't tell if I'm hungry or if my kidney's like trying to stab me right now. Your Espeon and Umbreon, Tyranitar, Entei, Ho-Oh, Suicune, Raikou from Colosseum would be great to be in Gen 10. Indeed. And they probably could be by the time Gen 10 comes out. By Swayze about to hit 6,200 encounters. That's what's up. You felt like you're about to get lucky. 6,283 encounters. Let's see if I could have any 6 Pokemon but can't choose any legendary, mythical, or starters. What would I have for Pokemon to be a Pokemon master? No legendary, starters, or mythicals. I feel like I would do, first and foremost, Gengar. I would probably do an Alakazam, Dragonite, Quagsire, Frostlass, and Gardevoir. If I could choose legendaries, I don't think my lineup would change. You would definitely have the new Primate from SV. Yes, I agree. Spiritomb would also be an important one to add to any team for a Pokemon Master. Having no weakness is pretty awesome. Whatever happened to Ash's primate? Maybe that's why they didn't let him in SV. Because they would have to force his primate to evolve. And maybe they just didn't want to make his primate so mad it passed away. Oak is tired of looking at that wall for 40 plus hours. It's over there like, this is a little bit like deja vu. They should let Ken Sugimori design Pokemon again. Pokemon should look like they actually live in the wild and can survive. Shrubbush and Ice Cream Pokemon or others from Gen 5 to 9 look terrible. There are some good ones in there. I think you're going to have some terrible mixes in any generation. And in fact, even Gen 1 had Porygon. Gen 2 had Porygon 2, and Gen 4 had Porygon Z for examples right off the cuff of Pokemon that don't belong in the wild. Ditto's another one that don't make sense. Klefki. I do detest Vanillish though. Like I hate that one. A handful, yeah. Yeah, there's not many. For the most part, they hit the mark. You know, it's 1 in 8,000 chance, but you like to look at it as a 8,192 to 1 chance that you don't get it. Am I coping? Yes. Super hard. Oh, heavens no, I never had that to begin with. Not to my recollection, anyways. This remix is so good. Not gonna lie, you're kind of hungry, but you think your mom would yell at me for eating at almost 5 in the morning after you just ate at midnight? Hey, Ruben, you have a great night. We'll catch you later. Honestly, I'm getting kind of peckish myself. You're gonna go find Food Star Killer, as you should. Then you can eat and watch me find Bulbasaur. You mean find it for yourself. The raccoons are here. Oh my gosh, normally they're here at like 10. They're late. Still hunting for that shiny? Heck yeah, I am, Smoker. What you got? What you doing? Playing Apex. Fair point. The possum and raccoons have been showing up at crazy times. One of the possums showed up in the middle of the day looking for food. Oh. You gave him like 5 hot dogs and he went under the deck with them. That's freaking funny. That's a lot of hot dogs too. Did he eat them all before running off? Or did he like take some home with him? He ate 4 and took 1 with him. That is delightful. About to take your break. You know you're about done for the night. See you next time. Hey, bye Swayze. Good chatting with you and catching up for a little bit. You have yourself a great rest of your shift. I will probably be signing off in about 8 minutes. I just want to see what happens when it hits 3 o'clock my time. If it gives me a bonus stream hour. Oh yeah, it would be delightful if we could turn the nicknaming off. Would go a little bit faster. And the journal. Well, I feel like it's taken about 4 hours to get 300 encounters. But maybe I started lower. I had to start at about 625, so maybe it's more like 4 hours for 500-ish. 470. You had a counter thing on your phone, but you stopped using it because it drove you insane to see how many times it's been. I find it so comforting to know how many. Your best art. Well, that's quirky. Okay, let's see. It is now 3 a.m. and I don't see YouTube updating accordingly. It's not going all of a sudden like, oh my gosh, you streamed for an extra hour. I am banking on it taking me about 12,000. Oh, it did jump to 3 a.m. You're thinking you're gonna hit 20,000 and stop? Understandable. For tonight, I'm hitting 950 and stopping. So, that is the mark. For those that just joined, if you like shiny hunting, consider subscribing to the channel so you can be notified when we go live to shiny hunt some more. Yeah, Starkiller, I'm definitely not in your time zone. But we'll catch you guys later. It's been a nice 4 hours. Got a lot accomplished. But also nothing at all. So, we'll see you guys next time.